The proceeding will start shortly. 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 The proceeding will start shortly.
Order. Order. Questions to the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union. Mr. James Duddridge.
Question 1, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 1 and 3 together. I welcome the fact that tourism is at its highest levels ever, with foreign visitors contributing £22.4 billion to our economy and the industry as a whole supporting some 1.6 million jobs. The start of this year was the strongest on record, and Visit Britain research shows that more Europeans say they are more likely to visit the UK rather than less since the referendum.
Duddridge. Thank you for that answer. Southend, of course, is a wonderful tourist destination, the longest pleasure pier in the world. London's Southend Airport with 26 international destinations. Southend Airport, however, doesn't do Brussels, but it does do Europe. would the Minister, on his re-election, agree to come to Southend and discuss how a new, emboldened Britain can do the European Union and do Britain a good job globally with trade with all nation-states?
My honourable friend raises an important point, both about regional aviation and the beautiful part of the world that he represents. A part of the world, I'd add, but is known for its common sense, which I'm sure will be reflected on June the 8th. We've been very clear that we're working to ensure the best possible liberal access to European aviation markets and seeking to replicate third country arrangements with the likes of US and Canada. We're committed to working with the sector to get the best deal for the UK, and I'd be delighted to meet with my honourable friend to discuss how we can boost tourism in Southend.
Louis Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tourism employs 12,000 people in Norwich, where the value of the sector has grown 87% over the last 10 years, and my fine city is a top 10 destination. That's a quarter of the city's employment. Will my honourable friend reassure me and Norwich employers, firstly, that the position of valued members of staff who may be citizens of other European countries will be a priority to him, and secondly, that in seeking a strong future, especially for our young people, the government will address the skills that British workers could develop to offer Norwich's growing tourism industry.
My honourable friend is absolutely right to champion tourism in Norwich. As the Prime Minister has said, it is right that we ensure that tourism and hospitality businesses can access the skills they need from the EU, and that we make sure young people in the UK have the right skills to work in this sector. I know my honourable friend will continue to support tourism through her Norwich Jobs Initiative and as chair of the All-Party Group for Youth Employment, which I enjoyed working with her on.
Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tourism requires our airports to be open to people, and APTA tell us getting an early deal is of the utmost priority. Recently, the Chief Executive of Stansted Airport told MPs from our region that no deal means no flights. What assessment has been made of the cost to the British tourist industry of no deal?
I think the honourable gentleman should be more optimistic. We have the largest aviation network in Europe and the third largest in the world, handling over 250 million passengers and 2.3 million tonnes of cargo last year. We are working closely with the industry, and we are confident that securing a deal on aviation will be in the interests of both the UK and the EU.
Mike Weir.
Speaker, many businesses in rural areas such as Angus have diversified in recent years into short-term holiday lets, many of which are taken by citizens of the European Union coming across at short notice for short-term. There are serious concerns that once if we leave the EU, there could be a downturn in this. Can you give us an assurance that in any deal there is with the EU, there will remain freedom for people to come short-term, and we know visa requirements requiring them to get documents before coming to the UK in short-term holidays?
I recognise the importance of the issue the honourable gentleman raises, and I having met with the Scottish hospitality sector during my last visit in Scotland, discussed some of these issues directly with the sector. Of course we want to ensure that visitors from Europe can continue to come to the UK and spend their money here, and that we have the best access for tourists in both directions, and that will be a subject for the negotiations to come.
Mims Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Southampton Airport within my constituency in Eastleigh provides regular flights to Amsterdam to over 55 African nations, driving, amongst other things, bilateral trade. Could the Minister outline what his department is doing to promote similar initiatives which will bring the benefits to the UK economy ready for leaving the EU?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right to champion the aviation routes from her constituency, and of course the UK as a global nation will continue to want to trade both with Europe and the wider world. Having strong aviation links and a liberal access for aviation will be an important part of that.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, tourism in Northern Ireland currently generates a revenue of £764 million, attracts 4.5 million visitors. The aim is to double that by 2020 using the major events such as the World Police and Fire Games, UK City of Culture and Giro d'Italia. To achieve this goal, can the Minister outline his strategy for the incorporation of the UK-wide tourism industry and what support has been offered in the interim? Thank you.
We've been working closely with the DCMS and with our colleagues in the territorial departments to make sure that we have the best approach to selling the UK brand around the world. I recognise that Northern Ireland has a fantastic tourism offer, and I was delighted to meet with representatives of the Northern Irish hospitality industry during my visit there last autumn.
Jeremy Lefroy.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, some of the finest parts of the Peak District National Park are in Staffordshire, alongside Shugborough, Doxey Marshes, Cannock Chase and many other beautiful places. One of the skills that our young people need so that we can benefit from the tourism industry is the teaching of languages. What is my honourable friend doing to, together with the Education Department, to ensure that this is a priority?
My honourable friend, who is a great champion for his local area, is right to raise this issue. It is something we've discussed with the tourism and hospitality industry, the importance of attracting people with language skills. One of the aspects that we're looking at in that respect is how, through negotiations, we might be able to continue engagement with the Erasmus programme in the future. But there are many other ways in which we need to boost our skills domestically, and boosting languages will be very important to a global Britain.
Ritchie.
Tourism is the main catalyst for economic development in South Down, which will have a land border with the EU. How will that burgeoning cross-border tourism trade be nurtured and financially protected in the face of the challenges from Brexit, and also because the Republic of Ireland has a 9% rate VAT on tourism, and there's 20% in my constituency?
One of our highest priorities in these negotiations and in our whole strategy for the UK's exit from the European Union is to secure the soft border that exists, make sure that there is no return to the hard borders of the past, and to make sure that that economic progress that we see as a result of north-south tourism within the island of Ireland continues, that those bodies can be in place. So I can assure the Honourable Lady this is an issue on which we will continue to engage, and we will continue to promote the excellent tourism offer that Northern Ireland has.
Nigel Huddleston.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is obviously aware that a record 37.6 million overseas visitors came to the UK over the last 12-month period. Is he aware that 70% of those came from the EU? And does he agree that those figures show that the UK may be leaving the EU, but we are very much welcoming and open to visitors from the EU and the rest of the world?
I wholly agree with my honourable friend and neighbour, who is a great champion for the tourism industry. Can I thank him once again for all the work that he has done to make sure our department gets to hear directly from the tourism and hospitality industry across the UK.
Tom Elliott.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions number 4 and 11 together. The Northern Ireland Executive, including Sinn Féin ministers, have participated in the joint ministerial committee processes to discuss our preparations for exit and ensure we can deliver an approach that works for the whole and each part of the UK. We want to see the political situation in Northern Ireland resolved and Assembly government continuing, and that is what the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland is working hard to achieve.
Elliott.
Very much, Minister, and can I also thank you for your interest in Northern Ireland, and particularly coming over to visit on a number of occasions, including my constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, which has a long, significant land border with the Republic of Ireland. How can you and your department ensure that there is further good cooperation as Brexit negotiations continue, particularly in the absence of a Northern Ireland Executive?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. The Secretary of State for Northern Ireland and the Prime Minister are fully committed to ensuring that as we establish our negotiating position, the unique interests of Northern Ireland are protected and advanced. I touched earlier on the issue of the common travel area, but they have a clear understanding of the range of views from across Northern Ireland. We'll continue to champion the interests of Northern Ireland over the coming months. We remain committed to continuing to work with all parties and a new executive in the months ahead as part of our effort to ensure we deliver a good deal for the whole of the UK, including Northern Ireland.
Kinahan.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and may I also thank the Minister for all his hard work on behalf of Northern Ireland and Scotland. In recent weeks, there have been many discussions in Northern Ireland regarding electoral pacts on the bid to block Brexit, as if the decision is reversible. Would the Minister agree with me that the efforts of all parties would be much better put together in achieving the best possible outcome for Brexit and for Northern Ireland?
Absolutely, and one of the great strengths of our electoral system is that it allows constituencies and their voters to choose the best candidate to represent them and not stitch-ups between politicians and parties. Like the honourable gentleman, I campaigned on the Remain side during the referendum, but am now working as hard as I can to make the decision of the UK a success for the whole United Kingdom. I think voters should reflect on whether their representatives are working constructively to get the best outcome for their constituencies and for the United Kingdom, rather than on deals behind closed doors.
Dr Matthew Offord.
Can my honourable friend assure the House that he will do his utmost to ensure that the United Kingdom withdrawing from the EU does not disrupt peace on the island of Ireland?
Absolutely. My honourable friend is right to raise this point, and we must continuously work to ensure we protect the peace, the agreements that underpin it, and also the close and unique relationship between the UK and the Republic of Ireland, which I think is in a better state than it has been in decades.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 5, please, sir.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want to ensure that UK companies have the maximum freedom to trade with and operate within European markets, and to let European businesses do the same in the UK. Financial services is one of the areas where a bold and ambitious trade agreement will be sought, and we will continue talking to the industry as we prepare for negotiations. The Government has made clear that we believe implementation periods will be important to minimise disruption, and the industry has welcomed this. The Great Repeal Bill will prepare the ground for the UK's exit, so that on the day we leave, there is as little disruption and as much certainty and continuity as possible. A strong, stable Conservative government will be best placed to deliver this.
I thank my honourable friend for that answer, and I am grateful for the contribution that the Government intends that the financial services should be in the free trade agreement. Will he confirm that we will negotiate to ensure maximum access for licensed firms on the basis of mutual recognition and an equivalence regime?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. As priority, we are pursuing this bold, ambitious trade agreement with the European Union. That agreement should be of greater scope and ambition than any seen before it, so that it covers sectors crucial to our linked economies, such as financial services. We know our European neighbours have a stake in this too, because we know that they don't want to lose access for European firms to financial services of the City of London. Financial stability is important, not just for the UK, but for the whole of Europe, and it's one of the reasons we want to reach a deal with the EU on financial services. We will seek to establish strong cooperative oversight arrangements with the EU, and will continue to support and implement international standards to safely serve the UK, European and global economy.
Will the Minister stop reading his brief and speak from the heart?
Exactly.
I have 2 sets of workers in Huddersfield, many of them working in financial services, working for Lloyds, in peril their jobs, and I also have a large number of people in the National Health Service with the cruel closure of the Huddersfield Infirmary that this government is doing nothing to stop. Can't he do something about my financial sector workers and my health workers with the EU catastrophe arriving soon?
Services industry would be my counsel.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted that this is a government that is standing up for every sector of our economy, including the financial services sector. The honourable gentleman neatly points out that the financial services sector doesn't just matter in the City of London, it matters across the country in constituencies like his. And we will fight for those jobs, as unfortunately every Labour government in history has destroyed jobs.
Mr. Steve Baker.
Mr. Speaker, was my right honourable friend as impressed as I was by the new spirit of resolve and optimism witnessed by senior city figures at the Prosperity UK conference yesterday, at which the Secretary of State spoke so inspirationally?
I'm very grateful for my honourable friend's question, and of course we welcome the engagement of so many businesses from across sectors, including the financial sector, in making this process the greatest success that it can be.
Margaret Ferrier.
Mr. Speaker, I hope that you'll indulge me for a moment, Mr. Speaker. When I took my oath, you told me that my voice would be heard in this chamber, and you've kept your word. You've been a champion for backbenchers, and I thank you for that. At the start of this week, the EU27 firmed up their Brexit negotiation guidelines, inserting a new paragraph stating that, and I quote, "Any future framework should safeguard financial stability in the Union and respect its regulatory and supervisory standards regime and application." Following this major blow to the Prime Minister's unworkable plans for a hard Tory Brexit, can we expect to see a change in the Conservative manifesto going forward?
Well, can I welcome the honourable lady's question and her focus on financial stability? Because as I said in my answer to a question from my honourable friend from Wimbledon, we absolutely recognise the importance of financial stability for the whole of Europe, including the UK, and of reaching a deal with our European counterparts on this. When I met with the financial services industry in Scotland to talk about these matters, they were very clear on the importance of financial stability. They were also very clear on the vast importance of the United Kingdom market for Scottish financial services.
Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Speaker, what assessment has my honourable friend made of the French government warnings that the city should continue to be overseen by EU regulators?
I would say to my honourable friend that we recognise the importance of regulatory oversight and mutual regulatory understanding as we move towards a comprehensive trade agreement with the European Union. But actually, one of the things that I've learned whilst doing this job is the huge respect in which UK regulators are held around the whole of Europe, and I think we have some of the best financial regulators in the world.
Tom Brake. What assessment has the Minister been able to make about the loss of the European Banking Authority and what impact that might have on the financial services sector?
The future of European agencies is, of course, a subject for the negotiations to come, but I have no doubt that the UK will continue to be a global centre for both financial services and for leading the conversation in terms of the regulation of financial services in the years to come.
Sir Julian Brazier.
Financial services are important to the economy in my constituency, and I welcome all my honourable friend's comments. Would he agree with me that it is in Europe's interests that they should have a good deal here, because they're going to need access to the City of London? It's not the UK which has a banking crisis at the moment.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, both in drawing the attention to the importance of financial services across the whole of the UK and to the fact that this is about the mutual interest of the UK and the EU. We want a deal that works for both, and access to the global leading financial markets in London will be as important for the other side in this negotiations as it is for us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the Secretary of State confirmed to the Brexit Select Committee that exiting the EU on WTO terms would mean an end to passporting rights. Does he agree that that would be catastrophic for our financial services sector and all those who work in it? And if so, does he agree that no deal is not a viable option for the financial services sector?
As a priority, we're pursuing the most ambitious trade agreement that's ever been achieved with the European Union. That should be in greater scope and ambition than any agreement before it. We think that for financial services market access for European firms to the UK and access for UK firms to Europe is hugely important. That is what we're focused on. That's what we're focused on achieving. But let me say to the honourable gentleman that the position of his party that any deal is better than no deal is an absurdity when it comes to defending the national interest of this country. We need to get the right deal, and we need to be able to say to the other side that if they don't offer us the right deal, the UK will take the right steps and protect itself. Of course, our focus should be on getting the best deal.
The latest draft EU negotiating guidelines discussed on Monday suggest that the financial services will be separated from any agreement on a future trade deal. If the government can't secure the safety and certainty of the financial services sector as part of any future agreement, what is their backup plan?
I'd say to the honourable gentleman gently that, of course, we don't write the guidelines we've seen from them, but we recognise financial services will be part of a comprehensive deal. We've talked about a comprehensive free trade agreement. They certainly haven't ruled it out. What they've said is they don't want to do separate sectoral deals. Well, actually, nor do we. We want the most comprehensive trade agreement available, and we think that should include services, including financial services.
Tomlinson.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start by saying I shall disappoint the member for Huddersfield. I'm going to stick to my brief. The white paper published on the 30th of March sets out that the employment and workers' rights that are enjoyed under EU law will continue to be available in UK law after we've left the European Union, since the Great Repeal Bill will convert EU law into domestic law. This will give certainty and continuity to employees and employers alike, creating stability in which the United Kingdom can grow and thrive.
Michael Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for that answer. Since the Health and Morals of Apprentices Act, it is the Conservatives who first protected workers' rights and put those protections onto the statute book. Will the Secretary of State confirm that post-Brexit we will continue to do so, but not only to protect them, also in fact to enhance them, proving that we are the real workers' party?
I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I had not expected references to 1802. 1802, I thought it was 1802, the very first piece of employment legislation in this House brought in by a Conservative government long before the Labour Party existed. And I suspect we'll be still bringing them in long after they cease to exist. He is absolutely right. We will continue to protect workers' rights, and indeed the Prime Minister has made it plain, not just that we'll protect rights, which was the line I started promulgating in the summer of last year when I took this job, but we will expand them. And she has appointed, of course, the Taylor Commission under Matthew Taylor, with the explicit aim of ensuring that these rights are appropriate to the modern age and protect people in the modern age.
Dr. Ribahak.
Mr. Speaker, all the evidence shows that the productivity and well-being of workers, including those in the NHS still awaiting their £350 million a week as promised by the Leave campaign, is improved with public holidays. Would he not agree that having an additional 4, as we propose, although it's still short of what they have in Finland and Spain, which is 14 and 15, would bring us into line with the European average of 12. At the moment, we only have 8. And is an example of how, when we leave...
Well done. Very good. I think we've got the gist. The thrust of it has been communicated, and we're eternally grateful to the honourable lady.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer is no, but the more elaborate answer is that we have employment rights in this country which are better across the board in the European Union minimum, and this is true of average mandatory holidays, annual holidays, and it's true of maternity rights, to give just two examples. I'm afraid we don't have an awful lot to learn from the European Union in that respect.
Stephen Gethins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after these questions, we go into a general election that, as the EU has already said, will make very little difference to its negotiations. It's got a lot more to do with exploiting a civil war on the Labour benches and preventing yet another civil war on the Tory benches. Now, in terms of workers' rights, what about those who are currently in work? This week, Diageo announced there could be 100 job losses in Scotland, with 70 in leaving, that the union has described as a company hedging their bets over Brexit, and the government's been asleep at the wheel. Now, in terms of the workers...
Order. Sorry, we just need one sentence, briefly. Spit it out, man. Thank you.
Well, I think job losses is very, very important, and in terms of job losses, will that be a priority?
Well, the first thing I'd say is I suppose if there's one thing I should take lectures from the SNP on, is promoting civil conflict. In terms of the question he put, is our priority the promotion of the economy? The answer is yes.
Stephen Gethins.
Speaker, the reason why the SNP is outpolling the Tories so highly is we are united in getting behind workers' rights and getting a decent deal in Europe. Now, the Secretary of State has put aside these negotiations for narrow political benefit that he won't have in Scotland. What is he going to do about these threats to jobs?
We will seek the best possible deal to maintain our relationship with the European Union, and over and above that, we will seek the best possible deal with the rest of the world, where we already get 60% of our export from.
Please, sir.
Mr. Speaker, my department is responsible for overseeing negotiations to leave the EU and establishing the future relationship between a global Britain and the EU. But it is, of course, working hand in hand with the Department for International Trade as we seek deep and special partnership with the EU and a bold and comprehensive trade agreement. The Great Repeal Bill will ensure a smooth and orderly exit from the EU. The laws and rules that we have now will, wherever practicable, continue to apply. The negotiation with the EU on the future relationship with Britain will be unlike any before, since both sides will start from the point of exact equivalence.
To that comprehensive reply, when it comes to these key negotiations, is it the Minister's intention to recruit and embed outside talent and expertise from different sectors like law, insurance, financial services to reinforce and bolster their own civil service teams? And has this outreach programme started?
I can assure my honourable friend that we have been doing that outreach, and both the Department of International Trade and ourselves have been bringing in expertise from across the civil service, but also from key areas of the private sector. And my honourable friend on the front bench tells me that they have already recruited over 200 trade advisors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last 3 months, I have asked ministers 6 times how the government plans to extract us from the European Economic Area. Not once have I got a straight answer. Throwing away our membership of the single market with no plan for a vote in Parliament is the single largest act of economic self-harm and democratic nihilism I can imagine. In which year does the Minister believe we should come out of the European Economic Area, and will the so-called Great Repeal Bill include the repeal of the 93 European Economic Area Act?
I'd say to the Honourable Lady that the government's position on this has been very clear. We are a member of the European Economic Area as a consequence of our European Union membership, and we respect the position of European leaders that the four freedoms underpinning the European Union are inseparable. We are leaving the European Union, but we will be seeking to form a deep and comprehensive free trade agreement between the UK and the EU.
Honourable friend and the government are right to seek No. The right honourable gentleman is a very fine man, but his name is not Sir Edward Lee. Patient, we'll hear from the fellow shortly. I'm sure the right honourable gentleman is a person of immense distinction, knows his own name. You just didn't hear me. Sir Edward.
We're of one mind anyway. It doesn't really matter very much. In the interest of good government, will the Minister instruct the Permanent Secretary to ensure that there are worthwhile discussions with a possible future government to ensure how we're going to square the circle of staying in the single market but controlling immigration and being outside or inside the customs union? I don't know what they're going to do, and we're going to try and make new trade agreements. Could he square the circle? I'm sure the Permanent Secretary is a very clever man. He can do all this work.
I congratulate my honourable friend on his demonstration of the single transferable question in this House. And I would also congratulate him on the point that he made. The speech from the Shadow Secretary of State has been widely picked up as being a confused position and one which is irresolvable. But I've no doubt that our Permanent Secretary is bright enough and brilliant enough to be able to work his way through it.
Kevin Hollinrake.
Number 8, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, it's nice to be here. The government is committed to securing a deal that works for the entire United Kingdom, including all parts of England. DEXU and DCLG are working closely with the local government association and regional partners across the country to understand clearly issues related to exit and identify any regional differences. As my honourable friend will be aware, the Secretary of State has already committed to bring the newly elected combined authority mayors in England together for a summit in the summer.
For that answer. Departmental questions some weeks ago. The Secretary of State agreed to hold a meeting in York for the mayors of the North to make sure the region's interests were properly represented. With Yorkshire's devolution deals proving challenging to agree, would the Secretary of State also agree to invite the leaders of those areas not represented by a mayor?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to securing a deal that works for the whole of the United Kingdom and every part of England. DEXU ministers have visited Yorkshire on a number of occasions, including the Secretary of State's visit in November, and I'm sure that he will be willing to consider another visit after the election.
John Werra.
The North East has benefited hugely from investment and funding from the European Union, a counterbalance to the neglect of this and other Tory governments. What guarantee will he offer that the repatriation of powers from the European Union will not mean further concentration in Whitehall and it will be devolved to the North East and other regions?
Well, Mr. Speaker, after the United Kingdom leaves the European Union, we will be giving full consideration to further devolution to bring powers as close as possible to all parts of the country. But I must tell the Honourable Lady that we are committed to securing a deal that works for the North East, and ministers have visited every part of England, including a recent visit to Sunderland and Peterlee to talk to local people about manufacturing issues.
Mr. Owen Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On his visits around the regions of the UK, will the Minister make it clear that in order to deliver the Prime Minister's commitment to take back control of our money, our laws and our borders, we must leave the single market, leave the customs union and establish sovereign control of our borders and all the maritime waters within the EEZ?
My right honourable friend has set out the government's position admirably.
Jenny Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And visiting the North East is always a very, very good thing to do. We're very happy to have him. But while he's there, he does need to listen. The Engineering Employers Federation has warned that walking away with no deal would condemn North East manufacturing to a painful and costly Brexit. Instead of posturing, The EEF wants government to focus on obtaining full WTO membership, a clear position on customs and a sensible transition period. Why isn't the government listening to the needs of manufacturers in the north?
Well, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we deal regularly with manufacturing industry, and indeed I had a recent meeting with the EEF, which was very successful. But the fact of the matter is that we are intending to seek the best possible free trade agreement with the continuing European Union. Our position will be, however, unlike that of the Labour Party, that no deal, indeed, is better than a bad deal, and I find it extraordinary that the opposition seems to think it's sensible to go to the negotiating chamber expecting to have no deal.
Obliged. Natalie McGarry.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have regular discussions with ministerial colleagues, including with my right honourable friend, the Attorney-General. We fully respect the Sewell Convention and have been working closely with the devolved administrations, particularly through the Joint Ministerial Committee on European Negotiations.
Natalie McGarry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before what is my last question in this House, may I thank you, Mr. Speaker, your staff and the outstanding House staff across all areas, and wish colleagues right across the House every success in the coming months. Can the Minister confirm whether or not the Great Repeal Bill will require legislative consent from the devolved assemblies? Yes or no?
Very much for her warm remarks, which are very much appreciated. Minister.
And similarly, Mr. Speaker, could I express my best wishes to the Honourable Lady for the future? The question of whether or not a legislative consent motion will be required for the Great Repeal Bill will, of course, depend on the form and content of the Great Repeal Bill, which, of course, will be published in the next Parliament.
Mr. Christopher Chope.
Mr. Speaker, has my right honourable friend received a report on the visit on Monday and Tuesday this week to Brussels of the Scottish Affairs Committee? And if so, does he share my delight that it was made absolutely clear throughout those discussions that the European Union is only interested in negotiating with the United Kingdom government and not with the Scottish government?
Yes, I did note that, Mr. Speaker, and the position is quite clear. It is member states that negotiate with the European Union, and given that this country voted as a single country to leave the European Union, we should be expecting the support of the Scottish National Party and not what they're doing at the moment.
Grady.
Speaker, actually, by the Tories' logic, Scotland voted twice to remain in the European Union because they told us that a vote in 2014 against independence was a vote to remain in the European Union. But, Mr. Speaker, statutory instruments are not normally subject to a legislative consent. But if there are going to be statutory instruments created as a result of the Great Repeal Bill that affect devolved areas, will the government commit to ensuring there is consent from the devolved assemblies before these take effect?
Well, indeed, it is very likely, Mr. Speaker, that the necessary competences will be created to allow the devolved assemblies themselves to make those statutory instruments.
Nuttall.
Mr. Speaker, on that point, there have been many who have criticised the government's plans to make minor and technical changes to legislation using the so-called Henry VIII powers, which in fact is no more than the plans to use delegated legislation. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that actually the use of delegated legislation is an established part of the legislative procedures used in this House?
Yes, my honourable friend is entirely right, and of course any such statutory instruments would be made pursuant to statute, which of course would go through this House and the other place in the normal way.
Mr. Ian Mearns. Not here. Mr. Paul Flynn.
Number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is working hard to get the very best deal for the United Kingdom, a free trade deal with the EU that is more ambitious than any other trade deal yet struck. We are considering and analysing the impact of future trading arrangements on all sectors of our economy, including agriculture, developing policies to support our vision for a global Britain that is producing more, selling more and exporting more.
Flynn.
That answer was characteristically vacuous and meaningless. Could the Minister try to concentrate? Welsh farmers are saying that the door is open to New Zealand competition, which could clear Welsh lambs off the shelves because of the price, and the door is not open to new markets in the United States, although it was promised. And the Minister will understand the cultural priority of maintaining life in Welsh farms, where one of the most ancient languages in the whole of Europe prospers at its purest and best. Isn't this a major priority for the government to give a guarantee to Welsh farmers?
Well, may I say to the honourable gentleman that I actually represent many more Welsh farmers than he does, and I intend to do so after the general election. Let me also say that this government is intent on securing the best possible free trade agreement for this country, which will benefit all farmers, including Welsh farmers, and furthermore we intend to ensure that Welsh exports continue after the general election.
If the honourable lady, the member for Sleaford North Hycombe, wishes to contribute on this matter of the Welsh sheep meat trade, she's welcome to do so.
Well, indeed, Mr. Speaker, thank you, because actually Welsh sheep are an important part of the agricultural sector in Wales, but the farming community as a whole throughout the UK is looking for reassurance that they will be supported as we leave the European Union. I have a very large agricultural sector in Sleaford and North Hycombe, and we'll be grateful for the Secretary of State's reassurance that the farming sector will be protected as we leave the European Union.
Yes, my honourable friend is entirely right. The agricultural sector is of particular importance in the forthcoming negotiations. We have, of course, already increased the number of exports from the British farming sector. We're currently in the process, for example, of negotiations to open the market for UK lamb to Saudi Arabia, and there are a host of other opportunities out there once we've left the European Union.
Tom Pursglove.
Number 16, Mr. Speaker. 15. Pretty close, Tom. Pretty close.
The honourable gentleman's pardon. I do beg the honourable gentleman's pardon. Ah, excellent. I was rather hoping the honourable gentleman would beetle into the chamber just in time. In fact, I was prolonging the previous exchange in the confident expectation that he would arrive, and he has done so. So we'll reinstate number 13, Mr. Henry Smith.
Number 13, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will answer questions 13 and 19 together. Engagement with industry is a central element of our plan to build a national consensus around our negotiating position. The Department has been listening and talking to aerospace manufacturers and industry groups across the UK and internationally, including Rolls-Royce, Airbus, ADS and the Aerospace Growth Partnership.
Henry Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your forbearance, if nothing else. Will my honourable friend... and much more, Mr. Speaker. Will my honourable friend welcome Boeing's investment in a new hangar maintenance facility at Gatwick Airport as proof of the expanding aviation sector even post-Brexit?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Speaker. Boeing have announced 100 new jobs at their facility at Gatwick. Aviation and the aerospace industry are vitally important parts of our economy, and we have no doubt that they will continue to thrive after we've left the European Union.
Robert Courts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister for mentioning Airbus, who have a very large component at RAF Bryce Norton in my constituency. Could the Minister please tell me what discussions he has had with such companies, not only to reassure them that their supply chains are secure in a post-Brexit Britain, but that they will be well placed to make the most of a global, outward-facing Britain?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I've had several discussions with various aerospace companies, including Airbus, whom I met in Bristol recently. We do understand, of course, that supply chains across Europe are heavily integrated, but there is a clear mutual interest in agreeing trading arrangements. The British aerospace industry is the most important in Europe, and there is a mutual interest in ensuring that the continuing relationships persist beyond persist beyond Brexit.
Alex Cunningham.
14, Mr. Speaker.
I think it's me again, sir. This was the question that was due to be linked with number 10, I think, Mr. Speaker. The ministerial team have frequent discussions with colleagues across departments, including the Department for International Trade, on our future relationship with the European Union. One of the government's key objectives in the negotiations is to secure a mutually beneficial customs agreement. We're also committed to pursuing a bold and ambitious free trade agreement of greater scope and ambition than any such agreement before it.
Alex Cunningham.
Perhaps in the circumstances, Mr Speaker, I should be glad to get any answer. But does the Minister agree with the International Trade Secretary that it needs to be easier to hire and fire workers in the UK?
Our commitment to the security of workers' rights has been well stated many times. Indeed, we actually called a debate in government time to ensure that that point was well made, and I'm surprised that the honourable gentleman raises the issue yet again.
Mark Pritchard.
The Minister of State will know, as a near neighbour of Shropshire, that car manufacturing is a vital part of the Shropshire economy. Could he ensure and give an undertaking today to my constituents that any free trade agreement will protect car manufacturing not only in Shropshire but throughout the West Midlands and the United Kingdom?
Well, clearly, a free trade agreement would not only be of huge benefit to Land Rover in Shropshire, but also to many other motor manufacturers around the country. As I've said, what we are seeking is an ambitious free trade agreement that would provide a host of opportunities for our manufacturers right across the world.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will know that paragraph 19 of the European Council draft guidelines for the negotiations on the future EU-UK relationship makes it clear that there must be, quote, a level playing field for competition with the same social and environmental standards. Does the Minister agree with that principle, and would he therefore be happy to see it embedded in the agreement?
Well, firstly, Mr Speaker, these are draft guidelines. The final guidelines will not be issued until the 29th of this month. These are the guidelines under which the European Union wants us to operate the discussions. It remains to be seen what our response to that is.
Mr Peter Lilly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Although we are of one mind, we have two questions and only one knighthood. The government is right to seek continuing free trade agreement with the European Union. It will be the interests of the European Union as well as ourselves. It will be the first best outcome. They, however, cannot admit what I think is quite likely, that politics may trump economics and there may be no deal. Can they therefore confirm that in those circumstances we will go to a good second best, which is trading on most favoured nation terms, as do the European Union's most successful partners, USA, China, Japan and Russia?
That's right.
It would mean an average tariff of 4%, relatively small beer compared with a 15% improvement in competitiveness because of the exchange rate, and saving £10 billion a year, which is equivalent to a 7% tariff on our exports.
Well, Mr Speaker, let me say quite clearly that the ambition and the intention of the government is to achieve the best possible free trade agreement with our EU partners. However, our position also is this. We expect to negotiate toughly, and unlike the opposition, our position will be made clear to the European Union that we are prepared to walk away from the negotiating table if it is not possible to achieve a deal that suits us.
Speaker, the Secretary of State, when he gave evidence to the Select Committee, told me that the government had not undertaken any economic assessment of the impact of Brexit since he had been in his post. Could he update the House on whether there has been any progress? And will he also ensure that when it comes to publishing the government's final deal, that there is an economic assessment of the impact of that deal, an economic assessment of the impact of no deal, so that my constituents and the country can make up their minds for themselves about whether no deal is indeed better than a bad deal?
Mr Speaker, the Department has carried out an in-depth assessment right across 50 sectors of the economy. What we have made clear, however, is that it is not in the national interest for us to produce a running commentary on the way that we are developing our negotiating position, and that will remain the case.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for that last day of term test earlier on. Question number 15, sir.
You again.
Yes, me again, Mr Speaker. We're working closely with colleagues across government to assess the impacts that withdrawal from the EU will have across a number of sectors and cross-cutting areas. The Environment Secretary is considering the best possible options for future agricultural and land use policy that can specifically benefit British farming, countryside and the environment.
Very grateful to the Minister for that answer, and the UK's exit from the European Union clearly provides many new and exciting opportunities for our farmers. But in order to get the policy right, what work is going on alongside DEFRA to engage fully with our farmers and also with the sector more generally? And of course, at any time, ministers would be very welcome to come and engage with my farmers in Corby and East Northamptonshire.
Mr Speaker, we are presented with an unprecedented opportunity to redesign agricultural policies to suit the British agricultural industry. And we are indeed meeting with a number of interested parties, a number of stakeholders from the agricultural sector. I've had meetings with, I think, all the British farming unions and the National Pig Association, Country Land and Business Association and the International Meat Trade Association, to name but a few.
Stephen Patterson.
16, please, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, we're working closely with colleagues across government to assess the impacts that withdrawal from the EU will have across a number of sectors and cross-cutting areas. I've had meetings with a number of stakeholders from the Scottish food and drink sector, including NFU Scotland, the Scotch Whisky Association, the Scottish Fishermen's Federation and the Food and Drink Federation.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful for that answer. Stirling constituency boasts many world-class food and drink companies, such as Glengoyne and Deanston Distilleries and Graham's The Family Daily. I wonder what assurances the Secretary of State, or the Minister rather, could give me, if any that is, that during the Brexit negotiations, access to the important EU market for these excellent companies can be maintained and protected.
Well, certainly, Mr Speaker, as I've said already, we are seeking a free trade agreement that would continue to secure such access. But may I say also that the Scotch Whisky Association has said that there are enormous opportunities for the sector if the UK can secure favourable bilateral trade deals across other export markets. India, for example, is a growing market for Scotch whisky, but we're being held back by a 150% tariff. So the honourable gentleman should be looking for the opportunities of Brexit, not being a wet blanket.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Since the SNP government came into office in 2007, the value of Scottish food exports has more than doubled, with businesses in my constituency enjoying excellent levels of growth. What impact assessment has his department carried out on the impact of Brexit on such excellent growth, or is it simply a fingers-crossed approach? Because this morning, Mr Speaker, at 9:21 a.m, I received a response from the Scotland office in relation to a question I posed to the Secretary of State for Scotland, and we now know that the Scotland office has not made any assessment of the impact of Brexit on Scottish trade.
Well, I'm surprised to hear that, Mr Speaker. As I said a moment ago, in fact, the Scotch Whisky Association itself has identified enormous opportunities from Brexit. So I think maybe when the Honourable Lady goes back to her constituency to do a bit of campaigning, she might go to her nearest distillery and ask them what they think.
Jason McCartney.
Number 17, please, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has provided assurances to EU students in the UK. I particularly welcome the announcement on the 21st of April that confirmed EU students applying to study at English universities in 2018-19 will continue to remain eligible for undergraduate, master's, postgraduate and advanced learner financial support, even if the course concludes after the UK's exit from the EU. The Government wants to create an environment in which UK remains a world leader in research and academia and continues to be home to the best universities in the world.
I would like to echo those sentiments about international students and commend my honourable friend for Bath for all his work on that campaign. I'm very proud to have the award-winning Huddersfield University in our town, and I visited their Institute for Railway Research a couple of weeks ago, and thanks to LEP Business Growth Fund, they are working on innovative rail and tram projects around the world, including Australia. So can the Minister and his team make sure that our world-class universities will be at the heart of the opportunities that Brexit will bring?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to champion our world-class universities. Along with my colleague, the honourable gentleman friend for Orpington, I've been meeting regularly with his Higher Education and Innovation Council, which represents the views of the university sector to us. And it's very clear that UK collaborative research, both with European partners but also more widely in the world, is a huge opportunity through this process.
Honourable learned lady topicals. I'm very happy to take her then. Mr. Philip Hollowbone.
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's me as well. Can I thank my honourable friend for his debate the other day in Westminster Hall, where we discussed this issue. As he pointed out, a Conservative government successfully secured the rebate in 1984, which was then introduced in 1985. Compiling an aggregate figure in real terms is a complex matter. The government hasn't published such figures, but I know that he has, and estimated it at well over £100 billion. Details of the most recent UK rebates are published in the document entitled European Union Finances. The latest edition was published in February and reported the UK received a rebate of £3.9 billion from the EU in 2016.
Massive £117 billion total rebate since Margaret Thatcher negotiated it in 1984. It's testament to her resolution and determination in getting the best deal for Britain and refusing to take no for an answer. Will my honourable friend agree to emulate her negotiating style and to swing the metaphorical handbag until we get the deal that Britain needs?
I can assure my honourable friend that, as befits the tough reputation of both our Secretary of State and the Prime Minister, we will be robust in defending the UK's national interest throughout this negotiating process. As the Prime Minister set out in her Lancaster House speech on the 17th of January, the days of Britain making vast contributions to the European Union every year will end. A strong, stable government, led by our right honourable friend Phil Maidenhead, will be best placed to secure the best deal for the British taxpayer. And just as our First Lady Prime Minister secured the rebate and secured taxpayer value for the British taxpayer, I'm sure our second one will fight Britain's corner throughout these negotiations.
Topical question, Stephen Hammond.
Number one, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start before I answer by saying to you thank you for your forbearance in these question times, and indeed for everything else you've done for this House in the last several years. Now, we have a clear plan for Britain, one that fosters a deep and special new partnership with the European Union and serves the interests of all parts of the United Kingdom. We want that new partnership to be underpinned by a comprehensive free trade agreement that gives UK companies the maximum access to European markets and European companies the same access to UK markets. Membership of the single market involves maintaining all four freedoms, including free movement of people, which is therefore inconsistent with our desire to take back control of our borders. Britain is leaving the European Union, but we are not leaving Europe, and it's been both our interests to see the European Union succeed socially, politically and economically, and that will be our policy in the coming years.
Stephen Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend confirm that as part of that plan it is the government's commitment to put the rights of EU citizens to British law via the Great Repeal Bill, and that nothing will affect those rights unless it has the consent of this House?
Well, indeed he's right, and one of the things I think people have missed, and I think he's picked up in this, is that any change in those rights would require primary legislation of this House. But indeed, in addition to that, our plan is to put through the Great Repeal Bill and then have subsequent consequential primary legislation which will underpin those rights. I have made these points to many of my opposite numbers, the interlocutors for other member states, and said that this is obviously going to be taken at the same time as protection of British rights abroad. They have all understood it, they have all welcomed it, and I am very confident that we can get a deal which will protect all of the, I think, 4 million people in very short order.
Mr. Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me pick up on that theme because, as the Secretary of State knows, around 3 million EU nationals are very anxious about their status when we leave the EU. Labour would unilaterally guarantee their status from day one. Under this government, all they can do is apply for consideration for permanent residency. But as the Brexit Committee warned in March, the current process for consideration of permanent residency applications is not fit for purpose. The Secretary of State knows how important it is. Have things improved?
I'd say to the honourable gentleman, and I respect his concern in this area, let me be clear about that, but the thing I'd say to him is the system that's there now is not designed to deal with 3 million people, and it's been made plain. In fact, if you go on the Home Office website, you'll see them saying, don't make application now, you don't need to, and when we actually move the primary legislation, it'll be a matter for the Home Office, but I believe that it will be very simple when we come to that point.
Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because as the Financial Times reported yesterday, the Home Office is now saying don't apply. Is that the official government position for EU nationals? Don't apply for permanent residency? Is that how they are going to deal with the anxiety? Don't apply.
What that is about is the Home Office. It's a reflection of what's on the website, which is essentially pointing out they don't need to apply for their rights to be underpinned, and that's the approach we're taking. Bear in mind, for the next 2 years, irrespective of anything the government does, all of the existing rights and privileges continue to apply. There will be no change in that respect. Before we come to the point of exit from the European Union, we will have made this very clear in primary legislation.
Maria Atkins.
Mr. Speaker. From Donanook to Chapel St Leonards, the Lincolnshire coastline is the best place in the country for a traditional seaside holiday. But the coastline also has pockets of deprivation, and investment in infrastructure such as broadband, traffic solutions and renovated beach huts are key to the local economy. Can my honourable friend reassure my constituents that the coastal economy and rural economy will be central in preparations for our exit?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for that question. Indeed, her coastline, with the exception of the North Wales coastline, is one of the most beautiful in the UK. Coastal communities, of course, do contribute an important part to our economy. They're part of the study that we've been undertaking, and we intend to make sure their interests are reflected post-Brexit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister called the general election in the name of building unity to strengthen her EU negotiating position. But this is the Prime Minister who sent go-home vans around parts of urban Britain with high immigrant populations. This is the Prime Minister who aided and abetted the most disgraceful campaign against the first Muslim mayor of our capital city. And this is the government who, with its hard Brexit allies, seeks to call anyone who calls into question their negotiating strategy a bunch of saboteurs. Is not the truth that far from uniting this country, this Tory government and its ministers have been dividing it since they took office?
If the honourable gentleman wants an answer to that, I think the first place he should start is on the streets of Britain, where he will find a massive support for our Prime Minister, a massive respect for our Prime Minister, and a belief that she will deliver the best outcome in the Brexit negotiations.
Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Mr. Speaker, I met staff at Norwich manufacturing firm Technomet, which is small but with impressive productivity and export links to Ireland and the continent. Firms such as this need the freest possible trade in services and goods between Britain and the other member states. Will he look for security, stability, certainty and simplicity for small firms up and down this country?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we fully understand the importance of these issues to SMEs, including those in her constituency. And let me repeat for the umpteenth time at this session, we are pursuing a bold and ambitious free trade agreement which will be for the benefit of firms such as those and others around the country.
Cherry.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of my constituents work in Edinburgh's financial sector, which is the second largest in the UK. Following the announcement by the EU 27 this week that they intend to exclude the financial services sector from any future trade deal with the UK after Brexit, can the Minister tell me what contingency planning he's carrying out to protect my constituents' jobs?
I'd say to the Honourable Lady, as I said in answer to a question earlier, we seek a comprehensive trade deal, which absolutely would include financial services. But as I said previously, we have engaged with the Edinburgh financial services sector, who've been very, very clear with us that access to European Union markets is enormously important to them. But even more important is the access that they have to the United Kingdom as a whole and the relationship between Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom.
Sir Nicholas Soames.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my
right honourable friend proceeds with the immense task of delivering a responsible and good Brexit for the country, and most especially at these difficult times for Mid-Sussex, will he agree with me that we cannot pretend to be a global player without running an open economy with an orderly, unbureaucratic immigration policy which will allow our businesses and our public services the people and skills they need?
Well, the first thing I'll say, Mr. Speaker, is Mid-Sussex is in good hands. Of course he's right. I mean, the balance that any government strikes when it controls its own immigration policy, controls its own borders, something which he has fought for down the years, is one which is both provides proper security and proper policy in terms of delivery of social services and delivering housing, but at the same time allows our businesses, our universities, our research centres, our financial centres, all to take part in the battle for talent which actually makes our country one of the greatest in the world.
Barry Sherman.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank you for putting up with me so tolerantly for quite a long time, but can I also warn you that I'm going to make every effort to be back to be troublesome in future. But can I surprise you by asking a topical question? The fact is, I want to ask the Secretary of State, people like me, we were Remainers, but we accept the will of the British people, but we are darn sure that we want a great deal for this country, and we're very worried that this election will get in the way. Did he see this morning's report from the pharmaceutical industry, where the pharmaceutical industry are going to move out of Britain for two reasons: one, Brexit, and two, the fact that we have not put sufficient resources into our National Health Service?
Before I answer, Mr. Speaker, I'll say of the honourable gentleman, he is the one person who's actually got me a rebuke from the Speaker in the past, so I look forward to him coming back and continuing that tradition. We've had pharmaceutical industries relocate here. We have had people like GlaxoSmithKline increase their expenditure here. And as for the other aspect of that attempt by the ABPI, it seemed to be a pressure on the spending of the National Health Service, which is actually something I think is more for the Health Secretary, but I think he will make sensible decisions in the national interest, not in an individual industry's interest.
Stevenson.
Pendle is home to a cluster of outstanding aerospace businesses, the likes of Euravia, Senior Aerospace Western, Merck Engineering, TNR Precision Engineering, and the crown jewel, of course, Rolls-Royce in Barnoldswick. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that the sector is absolutely vital to the UK economy, and assure this House that it will have a strong voice in the negotiations under a Conservative government?
And may I say that Pendle has a strong voice going into the next general election. Yes, aerospace is a key industry for this country, and that is why, as I said earlier, we've paid so much close attention to it. We're going to make sure that we continue to have the most important aerospace industry in Europe.
Heidi Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Far from there being an extra £350 million a week to be spending on the NHS following Brexit, we are likely to face an NHS staffing crisis and slower access to cancer drugs and treatments because of the loss of the European Medicines Agency. Is the Secretary of State going to be putting that sign on a bus in the next few weeks?
One of the oddities of the position of the Labour Party is that on one hand it says you must represent everybody, which is entirely proper, but on the other hand they want to revisit. I'll answer when the heckling stops. Clearly, the honourable gentleman's getting in line for his hustings in his constituency. It may be the last one he has. But I'm not going to revisit the arguments of the past. What I'm going to do is work on delivering the best outcome for the future.
Order. As this is the last day, and other than points of order, we will be suspending. My instinct is to hear colleagues who want to ask questions, but I hope that they won't expect to be heard without limit. And therefore, if colleagues now want briefly to put their questions to the esteemed Secretary of State and his colleagues, I'm open to that. With great brevity, I feel sure. Suella Fernandez.
Speaker,
Does my right honourable friend agree that financial services in London, Edinburgh and throughout the country will be able to benefit from principles of equivalence and mutual recognition as an alternative to passporting to ensure that that sector remains open and thriving, as stated by Mark Carney, the Governor of the Bank of England, recently?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and we will continue to work closely with the regulators to ensure that we have some of the best regulated financial services in the world.
Sir Alex Salmond.
The Secretary of State's a wise man, and we all read his wise article in the Irish Times on September the 5th last year, where he said that Ireland didn't have to choose between Europe and the UK. It could have expanded trade and commerce with both. It could commit to both. Now, Ireland's a big market for England, but it's not the biggest. So given his wise words in Ireland, what patience does he have with those who somehow suggest that England would want to have trade barriers with its largest market in Europe and at £50 billion, its second largest export market in the world, Scotland?
Before I answer the question, I'll say this to him. He's an old friend of mine, and politics notwithstanding, I wish him well. The answer to his question, I don't want to see any trade barriers within the United Kingdom, which is why, of course, I support the Union.
Mr. Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst all of us in this place want a good negotiated settlement, for some it's vital. Not least the agricultural sector, who do stand to lose significantly if there is no deal. Could my right honourable friend continue to reassure that despite the necessary shorthand of our approach to the negotiations, that need for the agricultural sector to be secure is uppermost in his mind, and it won't be disadvantaged either by no deal or by the terms of trade of new arrangements with other countries?
He's right that the agricultural sector is the most sensitive to the issue of tariffs and indeed the issue of customs, because of the nature of the product. Very often is biodegradable and so on. But it's also true that this is true the other way around, that we are an enormous market for France, we're an enormous market for Bavaria and many other agricultural areas of Europe. So we are, of course, we do have dead centre the aim of getting a frictionless trade in that sector in the future, and we are confident that it's in the interests of the whole of the European Union, not just us.
Paul Flynn.
The Minister tell us why we're going into this premature election. Those of us who voted to remain have accepted fully the decision, voted for Article 50 as they have in the other House. That's not the reason. Can he confess today that the real reason that we have this election is the government want to escape from the promise they made 2 years ago, a 5-year promise, not to raise taxes and to respect the triple lock? And isn't it true that what lies ahead on the economic front is a great sinkhole that's appearing, into which our economy will fall in a tailspin?
Yes, I note the attention to your call for a short question, Mr. Speaker. But I'll give it a short answer. The Labour Party throughout this has maintained this interesting schizophrenia of, on the one hand, saying we respect the outcome of the referendum, and then at every turn trying to thwart it. They say you've got a mandate to leave, but not on those terms. Well, when this election is over, we'll have a mandate on those terms.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister consider a West Midlands Brexit summit with the new Mayor of the West Midlands, who will hopefully be Andy Street, and with key regional businesses, so that we can ensure that the West Midlands interests are considered in the Brexit negotiations and Brexit delivers for the West Midlands as well as the rest of the country?
One of the best things that could happen for the West Midlands is for Andy Street to be elected in his election, and I will make time to see him as soon as he is.
Mr. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. London is the preeminent economic force in the country. And what assistance and cooperation has my right honourable friend received from the Mayor of London and indeed the local authorities in London to ensure we get a smooth, clean Brexit that benefits the capital and the whole of the country?
Well, He's dead right that the financial sector, London, of course, the largest, but not just London, but don't forget Scotland's got a very major financial sector and so on, is very important. And we have been in constant communication, frankly, all of the ministers in the department and the relevant ministers in the Treasury and the relevant ministers in Bays when that's appropriate too, with the whole sector and all representative groups in the sector, and indeed a large number of companies in the sector. And to give him his due, I've also had representations from Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, and had very useful conversations with him, which he has the grace to recognise that we've got the best interests of London at heart as a government too.
Hannah Bardell.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. What kind of deal does the Secretary of State think he's likely to get if he and his government refuses to pay their dues in Europe? Surely, Mr. Speaker, negotiations are about give and take.
It's interesting the Scottish National Party wants to give 60 billion. I didn't realise that up until now.
Robert Neal.
Well, my constituency in Bromley and Chislehurst welcome the emphasis that's been given to financial services, which is our largest employer. Will he also recognise that those are important to the Crown dependencies, which require Protocol 3 access, which will be lost upon our leaving the EU, and also to the British Overseas Territory of Gibraltar? Will he make sure that those two key areas are also get the full benefit of our ambitious free trade deal?
The honourable gentleman is just about old enough to remember that I have had to defend Gibraltar before. We succeeded then, we'll succeed now.
Nick Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Blaenau Gwent was a net beneficiary from the European Union. So to boost our economy, we need continuous investment for jobs. So will the Minister commit to the same high levels of infrastructure investment for the future?
Well, the honourable gentleman will know that the government has guaranteed structural fund payments to 2020. He must also understand, too, that the responsibility for delivering infrastructure in Wales is that of the Welsh Assembly Government, and no doubt he will be speaking to his colleagues as soon as Parliament has risen.
I thought we were about to hear the mellifluous tone of the honourable gentleman member for South Norfolk, who has periodically bobbed and then ceased to do so. But we're gratified if we're going to hear the honourable gentleman. Mr. Richard Bacon.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. I had earlier wished to ask about the pig industry, a very important industry across East Anglia. Can ministers tell us what prospects they see for the pig industry, an industry that does not have subsidy from the public purse, but which has made huge gains, particularly in China, where the pig's ear deal added £5 per carcass? What prospects does he see for this important sector?
Yes, I'm sure that my honourable friend, given his surname, will be declaring his interest, but can I assure him that the government fully understands the importance of pig meat to the economy of this country? I've had a meeting with the National Pig Association, and I'm glad to say that they're very positive about the future.
Patrick Grady.
Mr. Speaker, can the Secretary of State name one power or policy area that he can definitely guarantee will be devolved to the Scottish Parliament in the event of Brexit?
All the ones they currently have, for a start, and some more.
Mr. Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In an earlier question, reference was made to the English regions, which are, of course, an EU construction, and they divide great counties like Lincolnshire between the East Midlands and Yorkshire and the Humber. Would it be too much to expect a future government, when we regain our independence, to scrap these regions, or at the very least ensure Lincolnshire is in one of them?
All I can say is the honourable gentleman tempts me too much. And
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to the preparation for the United Kingdom leaving the EU, can I ask the Minister how Northern Ireland will be represented, taking into account the state of devolution, and how does the Minister believe he will specifically be able to meet the intricate needs for Northern Ireland at this time?
Well, we continue to urge all parties to come together so that there can be a restoration of the devolved assembly, and we can engage with all parties, all communities in Northern Ireland to make sure that their views are represented throughout this period. And I'd say to the honourable gentleman that earlier this week I was attending the British-Irish Chambers of Commerce, where I saw a huge interest in maintaining strong and positive relations between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland and the UK.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
How can any negotiator achieve any concession from any other negotiator if it's known in advance that he won't walk away if no concessions are given?
Very good.
Honourable friend is absolutely right. He crystallises the point on a no deal is better than a bad deal, and he demonstrates only too clearly why the Labour proposal, apart from being completely impractical, would never be deliverable.
Jim Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State guarantee regional aid for the West Midlands after Britain leaves the EU? And more importantly, we've got a very fine candidate in the West Midlands for the Mayor's job, Sean Simon.
Certainly the West Midlands is one of the powerhouses of this country that will be important for empowering the economy after we have left the European Union. These will be matters which will be discussed in the fullness of time with the new Mayor, Andy Street.
Mr. Robert Jenrick.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, David Cameron and I launched my first election campaign at British Sugar in Newark. 3 years and approaching 3 elections later, the sugar industry continues to employ hundreds of my constituents in Nottinghamshire, keep the fields of Nottinghamshire full of rich beet crop. And the sugar industry is intensely optimistic about the prospects for Brexit. I know my right honourable friend has acquired a reputation as something of a bruiser over the years, but with 13 years of experience at Tate & Lyle, will he retain his sweet tooth as he approaches the negotiations?
Well, I must admit, I'm just sitting here, or standing here, wondering whether I should declare an interest on behalf of my pension fund, if nothing else. Of course, we will fight the interests of the sugar industry as much as everything else, and we will be as successful with them as well.
Mr. David Morris.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, energy is the largest sector. We have wind farms, we have nuclear power, we have gas. We even have a tunnel going under the bay now to fit in electrical cables from one end of Cumbria down into Lancashire. EDF Energy is the largest employer in the constituency. They are continually reinvesting and have plans to expand. Would my honourable friends agree with me that this is a sign of things to come?
We've had a number of meetings with the energy industry, including EDF Energy, and I would be delighted to meet my honourable friends to discuss this further, because making sure that we continue to have the energy to power the British economy in the years ahead will be a vital part of our considerations.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that Britain's withdrawal from the EU will not affect the border controls and also the immigration controls that people from the EU are currently subjected to as they enter the United Kingdom?
Well, clearly it is a part of our negotiating aims to have free and frictionless travel and as well as trade. There will be, obviously in the future, more control of our borders, but it will not be control designed to inconvenience people. It will be control designed to deliver the national interest, but also keep this a free and open country that welcomes people from all over the world in the way we have done for centuries and will do for centuries to come. The last question, Mr. Speaker. Can I just wish everybody in the House a happy 6 weeks, and I look forward to seeing some of them back again.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for what he said, and I thank him also for his kind remarks about me earlier in the session. Thank you. Yes, points of order. I'm going to start, if the honourable gentleman forgive me. Point of order, Mr. Alex Salmon.
Mr. Speaker, have you had any notification of a statement from the Minister of the Cabinet Office, or indeed the Prime Minister herself, on the Channel 4 report of last evening, which suggests that the Crown Prosecution Service has got 30 individuals that they have to report on for possible prosecution between the 20th of May and the early part of June? Given that these include many members of this House, and all of the implications that could have for reporting of any such decision in terms of coverage or the position of candidates during an election campaign, and given, of course, it would be a scandal of enormous proportions if any attempt had been made to influence the timing of any such reports, but provision has surely been made as to how to cope with such an eventuality if it occurs during an election campaign. Now, given that the Prime Minister has decided to reappoint all of the campaign team who have already been fined by the Electoral Commission responsible for this burak, we cannot get ourselves into a position of that campaign team, up to and including Linton Crosby, having successfully bought one election and allowed to buy another.
Under the right honourable gentleman for his point of order, my response is as follows. The rules governing the conduct of elections are not a matter for the Chair, and I hope the House will understand I've given the Right Honourable Gentleman a full opportunity to register his concerns, but I hope the House will understand that I have no intention of being drawn into this matter, which would be quite improper. What the police and the Crown Prosecution Service do and when is a matter for them. Members with views on these matters can and doubtless will express them. I will express no view on the matter. Very well, yes. I'm not sure there is, but I will give the Honourable Gentleman the benefit of the doubt. Further to that point of order, Mr Dennis Skinner.
When I raised this matter with the Prime Minister a week as yesterday, as a matter for you, really, since I didn't get an answer from the Prime Minister, I was then fortunate enough to be called by you to the Justice Secretary of State to raise the matter again. And once more, I didn't receive a reply from the government. Yep. What has emerged now is that you, in the chair, are saying it's not a matter for me. The Prime Minister doesn't respond to my accusation that the election should not have been called, and she didn't get a revelation on the Welsh Hills. She called a snap election in order to try and beat the Crown Prosecution Service. That's what this election is all about, and that's why it's a point of order for you, sir.
The nature of the system is as has been described, and I think there will be a general acceptance that the police and the prosecuting authorities have responsibility in these matters. My responsibility is most certainly to hear colleagues and to err on the side of latitude in hearing colleagues who want to raise points of order, and I think I've done that very fairly. I've never ducked anything that is my responsibility, but I think I know that which is not. A point of order, Mr Andrew Turner.
Point of order. There are long-standing problems with Academy sponsor AET. Yesterday, they unceremoniously sacked the Board of Governors of Sandown Academy on the Isle of Wight. There is a great deal of concern at local and accountability being dispensed with immediately before this House is dissolved. What steps can be taken before the 8th of June to make AET accountable for their actions?
That's right, yeah. Well, I think there are two answers to the Honourable Gentleman, and I respect him for raising a matter of real concern to him and doubtless to many others. The first is that the concerns he has can and doubtless will be expressed during the election campaign. Conversations don't cease to take place, and the Honourable Gentleman must avail himself of the opportunities that will be forthcoming, that will present themselves, or which he will create. Secondly, I just make the constitutional point, the government of this country continues. The government of this country continues, and if the Honourable Gentleman wishes to raise his concerns with relevant ministers, it is absolutely open to him to do that. But there is no further opportunity for the matters to be aired in this chamber. The Honourable Gentleman, to use a word deployed by the Right Honourable Member for Chelmsford yesterday, has demonstrated again his perspicacity, upon which I congratulate him. A point of order, Mr Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The threat of deportation hangs over the head of my constituent, Mr Pride Mbai, who originates from the Anglophone minority in Cameroon. I've been in correspondence with the Home Office about the lack of published guidance for Cameroon, given that Pride has been a long-standing champion of the rights of English-speaking Cameroonians who face a very specific threat in that country. I'm concerned that as Parliament is dissolved and as the civil service is already in purdah, my options for raising this case are extremely limited, and with the threat of deportation remaining in something that he faces, can you advise me how I will be able to ensure that his position is properly considered?
The short answer is that I can advise the Honourable Gentleman that he should continue his casework. Casework continues to be conducted during election campaigns, And in the friendliest and politest possible way, I say to the honourable gentleman, who I'm sure is well capable of this, that he must balance whatever activities he's undertaking in attempted pursuit of his re-election by knocking on doors or delivering leaflets or engaging in public meetings with his continued diligent attention to his casework on behalf of constituents. So that's what the honourable gentleman must do. He's going to be a busy bee, but he will not be alone in that regard. Specialist delicacy must be kept until a bit later. Point of order, Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You will be aware that a number of reports are going to be coming out from the various committees of the House, including the Public Accounts Committee. What can he do to support me in my efforts to make sure that this House gets the opportunity to properly scrutinise the report that although I do not want to foresee its results, on HMRC closures, which will affect my constituents in Livingston, and I take on board the point he makes about government continuing, but the government must not put out its trash and be allowed not to be properly scrutinised. What can he do to support me in the efforts to make sure no decisions are made about jobs in my constituencies and those reports are properly scrutinised and decisions are paused until we return after the election?
To the honourable lady for her point of order. If when she says what can he do, the honourable lady means me, and I must be honest with her and say that I can do absolutely nothing to assist the honourable lady in the course of the election campaign for the simple reason, and it's an inescapable fact and always has been, that when the House has been dissolved, the House does not meet. And when the House does not meet, there is no Speaker in the chair, and there are no exchanges from these green benches. However, the documents to which the honourable lady is referring are, or when they're published will be, public documents. So the honourable lady will study them carefully, and she will marshal her arguments, and she can write to ministers, and if she wishes to expatiate on these important matters in her constituency, and it is perfectly open to her to do so, and I've got a feeling she probably will. Point of order. Oh, I think I must take the honourable gentleman. He's looking pained. Point of order, Mr. Barry Shearman.
I'm very happy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in all my years in this House, I have never heard of a case of bullying in this House of one member against another. And I have just heard of a case, and I wonder, as the House will not be sitting for some time now, but you will be here, and I'm sure you would not approve in this House, in the environment of this House, one member acting in a bullying way to another. This case is shameful. I'm not going to name names, but it's a man, a government MP and an opposition female. And I want this to be, I don't even want an inquiry on it, but I want a set of rules that verbal or any other sort of bullying of one member to another is not allowed in this House, anywhere in the environments of the House.
There is a code of conduct, and that code of conduct binds all members. I manifestly cannot comment on a particular case, not least because the honourable gentleman hasn't given me and wouldn't give me, and I wouldn't ask him to give me, the details of it. But that principle that the code of conduct must be observed is sacrosanct. And if the honourable gentleman does know, as I'm sure he does by definition, of the personalities involved, it may be that as he is extremely experienced, he can remind members of that code of conduct. Very well, Mr. Chairman.
Order, Mr. Speaker. It was so serious that whips on both sides of the House were involved, so I'm sure he could make the inquiries to find out the facts of the matter.
Well, I'm very happy to inquire of the respective whips' offices. The honourable gentleman has given me an indication that his concern relates to a member on each of the two sides of the House. I'm happy to make that inquiry, but I don't want to raise the honourable gentleman's expectations, because it isn't for me to act as arbiter in the matter unless the alleged conduct relates to proceedings in the chamber, in which case I would take a very definite and distinct interest. But I think that the holding response I will give to the honourable gentleman is, which I think is reasonable, I am happy to make limited but necessary inquiries of a kind that I think are proper for me to make. Point of order, Seema Malhotra.
Mr Speaker, on Tuesday, my honourable friend, the member for Brentford and Isleworth, raised the devastating case of baby Charlie Gard, whose family live in her and my constituency. Her question was met with short shrift by the government. This continues to be an incredibly tough time for the family, and our hearts go out to Connie and Chris, the parents, as they continue their campaign, supported by the huge well of support of those known now as Charlie's Army. I appreciate that Parliament is being cut short by this election, but isn't it right that the family continue to get the support that they need, that there is clarity on entitlement to legal aid in such cases? And as I call on the Justice Secretary also to do all that she can, that I would like to put on record my support today for the family and my view that it should, in this particularly in this complex case, it should be the parents that have the final say on the treatment of their son.
I hope the Honourable Lady will understand if I feel that almost everything that could properly be said on that matter today has just been said by the Honourable Lady. And insofar as she requires any indication from me as to what might usefully be done in the days or weeks ahead, I think my counsel to her would be similar to that which I proffered to the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Sheffield Central, namely, casework continues, and the Honourable Lady should feel free and emboldened to make representations in pursuit of justice and closure for the family concerned. I thank the Honourable Lady for raising this matter and putting it on the record, and I'm sure she'll want to share it with those on whose behalf she's spoken. Point of order, Mr. Paul Flynn.
Can I raise a matter that strikes right at the heart of the integrity of our democratic system? And this is based on the last report of the Public Administration Committee, and there are two articles in the House magazine, one by a Conservative and one by a Labour member, sounding notes of alarm that our electoral system is at its most vulnerable at any time since 1880. There is powerful evidence of foreign governments interfering in the elections in America and possibly here, and there's also overwhelming evidence of money being paid in huge amounts, entirely invisible to the system, by the use of methods, of algorithms, of botnets, of artificial intelligence, in a manner that nobody understands except those who are participating in it. And we might well be vigilant in this election, because the Electoral Commission do not have the tools to deal with interference of this kind, and we are in a position where we are trying to run a modern election with the tools of the 19th century.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his point of order. He's registered a very strong and deeply felt concern, and that strong and deeply felt concern is now on the record. It is not, however, a matter for me, and I don't say it flippantly. Algorithms are certainly not a matter for the Chair, and I'm sure that colleagues will be greatly reassured to hear me say that. The wider issues are issues for all of us. But the Honourable Gentleman, who's now served without interruption in this House for 3 decades, the overwhelming majority of which, by his choice, has been as a backbench member, has demonstrated once again, not least for the benefit of members completing their first Parliament, that he has written the textbook on how to be a backbencher. He's written the textbook in that he has published such a book, which is a well-thumbed tome, of which I am myself proud to possess and to have read a copy. And he's written the textbook in the sense that he exploits every, and I use the word exploits non-pejoratively, every last opportunity to give voice to his concerns. His, unless somebody's about to surprise me, gratuitously, has been the last point of order. And I hope, and I thank him, I hope that we can leave it there. Order. Order. The sitting is suspended. Shortly before the sitting resumes, I shall cause the bells, the division bells, to be sounded. Order. Order.
We're out. Open the door. Black Rod!
Mr. Speaker, the Lords, who are authorised by virtue of Her Majesty's Commission to declare her royal assent to acts passed by both Houses and to declare the prorogation of Parliament, desire the presence of this Honourable House in the House of Peers.
We shall have as good a time. You do.
I have to acquaint the House that the House has been to the House of Peers, where a commission under the Great Seal was read, authorising the royal assent to the following acts: Finance Act 2017, Parking Places Variation of Charges Act 2017, Broadcasting Radio Multiplex Services Act 2017, Homelessness Reduction Act 2017, Intellectual Property Unjustified Threats Act 2017, National Citizen Service Act 2017, Children and Social Work Act 2017, Pension Schemes Act 2017, Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence Ratification of Convention Act 2017, Technical and Further Education Act 2017, Neighbourhood Planning Act 2017, Bus Services Act 2017, Criminal Finances Act 2017, Health Service Medical Supplies Costs Act 2017, Northern Ireland Ministerial Appointments and Regional Rates Act 2017, Local Audit Public Access to Documents Act 2017, Merchant Shipping Homosexual Conduct Act 2017, Guardianship Missing Persons Act 2017, Farriers Registration Act 2017, Higher Education and Research Act 2017, Digital Economy Act 2017, Faversham Oyster Fishery Company Act 2017. I have further to acquaint the House that the Leader of the House of Lords, one of the Lords Commissioners, delivered Her Majesty's most gracious speech to both Houses of Parliament in pursuance of Her Majesty's command. For greater accuracy, I have obtained a copy and also directed that the terms of the speech be printed in the journal of this House. Copies are being made available in the vote office. The Commission was also for proroguing this present Parliament, and the Leader of the House of Lords said, "My Lords and members of the House of Commons, by virtue of Her Majesty's Commission, which has been now read, we do, in Her Majesty's name, and in obedience to Her Majesty's commands, prorogue this Parliament to Tuesday, the 2nd day of May, to be then here holden, and this Parliament is accordingly prorogued to Tuesday, the 2nd day of May." Order, order.
The proceeding has ended. 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 The proceeding has ended.